Oh, thank you. I'd like to call to order Schenectady City Council Committee meeting for Wednesday, October 16th. We have one committee from who's committee there for finance.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to reconvene the Finance Committee, and we will continue our discussion regarding the 2025 proposed budget. Just to summarize, we concluded our hearing with the various department heads. And tonight, what I'm going to ask, there's a lot of reports that were submitted to us that we requested, some of us. What I'll do, I'll just go through the reports then one by one, and ask of any questions. After we finish that, then we'll start an open discussion of where we, what suggestion we have, or and to encourage an open dialogue as we move forward into any recommendation that we may have. So this evening, we have this one here on top. This is the report from Bowen in regards to the breakdown for the $710,000. And that has to do with the street lighting administrative expense line. I'll give you some time, and if you have any questions, just let us know. Anthony can help, and he's here. We can answer questions. One of the discussion or recommendations was to create another line instead of moving some of these from administrative expense that doesn't belong to administrative expense to a separate 402A or 1.
We were gonna call it software and equipment?
Yes.
Is that okay with you?
That's fine with me. I mean, what the other member think about it.
Yeah.
So that way we separate what is equipment and what is actually administrative expense.
Yeah, this is all software stuff here, so.
So do we name the entire line?
No, we'll have to add another line, 402, what is it, A?
It'll be,
B,
it's,
402B, I believe.
B?
actually it's gonna be 427. A5182 427.
What's in the
Yeah. That's
Why?
software, it's gonna be called software.
Okay, what, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's
in our contract, right?
What are you gonna name it, software?
Software, yeah.
It's all these software or hardware too? This is software and hardware.
This is mostly all software. Server upgrades, maintenance, license renewals, software renewals. We have a account master in the account 427, it's called software. So there's.
Oh, okay, that's what I wanna know where you're coming in at 427.
Yes.
Okay, got you. Are we good with this one here? Any question on the breakdown?
No, nothing.
The next one I'm gonna go into is the ARPA. It's a breakdown that we received from Anthony with regards to the ARPA spending in this report here. The ARPA funding. Sorry, I have them in my order. You may not have them in your order.
That's for you to see.
Yeah.
No, he gave it out.
This one?
Yes.
You have copies?
This copy here?
So you want me to make copies?
No, we have, we should have copies, everyone. If you need copies by any chance, let us know, we'll, or we can share. You need a copy? Who is here? Is the office open, Sam? Is the office open?
Yes, it's in your way.
No, I just need. It's full of
We got it on the line.
two copies of this. It's like an ultimate report that we're going through, so. I have one of them extra, I can give you that one. And I don't have any extra, they have this one extra. We can make copies, and just ask for a minute or so on and make copies.
A little festivity.
Everyone should have a copy of this report here from Sam with regards to the compensation for the registrar deputy.
Yes.
Yes. So please, in the meantime, you can pull this, and if you have questions, we can wait for Sam and we can go with this. But this is just telling us exactly what, anybody need a copy of this? Yeah. Okay, so we have the copy, so we can go over this. If we have any questions, please ask.
I do have the questions.
Go ahead, please, comment.
So on A441100, assistant to city engineer moves to police overtime, please explain that please?
Yeah, as you recall, remember the first days here, that was the long line because we eliminated that position. So what happened, it went to police overtime.
So the money that was there?
Yeah, because it was not an ARPA line, because the ARPA line for assistant police chief, the assistant engineer, we eliminated that position.
And how much was that?
I believe it was 90,000.
90,000, yeah, $19.
Probably in the first budget, right?
Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to recall too, we reduced police overtime and fire overtime by 30,000 because we want to supplement the senior center program with ARPA. So we took the ARPA money from police and fire, remember I spoke about this? And we took it and we moved it to senior center ARPA.
Yeah, the question on that, can we take that $60,000 from somewhere else?
Take a look.
I would suggest that we take a look and see if we can take that from somewhere else.
Very good.
If you don't mind, please make a note of that.
Yeah.
So it's 30,000 plus 30
Yep.
from the fire.
It doesn't show up on this list, this is something that we
Yes.
discussed.
Yeah, you did talk about it, and then I think there was some question around it. Ms.
Yeah.
Patrick had some question about that too.
Well, yeah,
So why take it from the police and fire?
yeah,
So recommendation is that if we can find somewhere else to take it,
Which is, for me, it was like the spur of the moment thing, that was the easiest thing to pick up.
well, we don't want to be in the newspaper tomorrow that we're taking 30,000
Yeah.
from the police and the fire.
Okay.
Anthony.
Polanski, sorry.
Funded it.
Yeah. So, my big question is, $3 million of ARPA funding for these positions or, or supplies or equipment. If we were to carry this into next year and we don't have ARPA, we have to find $3 million to sustain this. How do we, I'm trying to, be careful what I say. How are we going to approach the next year in terms of this year?
I have always looked at one of our biggest liabilities. It's also one of our biggest assets. It's distressed property. So doing the foreclosures, how do we bring it in and be able to market it? We keep chipping away at it. And as you drive through neighborhoods, you see the improvements. People are fixing up their houses. Some of the sales, of course, are not perfect, but most of them are good stories. People gone in, bought the houses, fixed them up, are living there. Even the ones that have been flipped, which is not necessarily the primary goal of my administration or the council, but we end up being owner-occupied houses. And so that is still an area where there's, call it roughly $4 million in potential revenue. And the other side of it is the reduction in general operating expenses. So we don't have to send code enforcement out. We don't have to send the police and fire there. We're not babysitting it. And it also encourages the adjacent property owners to feel more comfortable in fixing their property up.
And this led me to ask a question in terms of the law department hiring assistant corporation counsel. Would there be any consideration to hire one or few or three with real estate experience to help you push the sales? Is that something that can be considered to kind of strengthen the office with more
Yes,
of legal
yes, it could
real
be.
estate?
Yes, it could be considered. Yes, it is considered. And some of that is also somewhat of a dynamic process so that if in fact we can get all the properties lined up, do the foreclosures, be able to market them, we can look to either bring people on to be on staff or reach out to existing law firms who, as we do for labor attorneys, we have firms on retainer that we pay more on an as-needed basis than as opposed to a regular salary. So that builds some flexibility into it where if we can use the existing staff, we'll do that. If the workload shifts or the opportunity is there to move bigger projects or bigger numbers, that we have the ability to go out and bring in outside counsel.
Yeah, that kind of lead me back to, you mentioned just now about we're seeing the impact in our neighborhood, that people are investing, people are buying these houses, they're spending a lot of money. But my little concern is that I'd say we, but all of us in that we kind of lack code enforcement, what you mentioned, I'm going to use your word, the common sense approach to what's happening there. And I'm glad that you're doing something here to address those things and kind of address it, nip it in the bud, and kind of move on. Apply common sense where we need to bring people in to provide the service. And if we are driving them away, we're losing revenue. And that's what's happening in some areas right now. Because I don't feel, and people are talking to me, that why do I want to come in here to do service when I have to wait, 6 weeks, 4 weeks, so that, and I know that you approach that
I've
very
gotten
good.
your message loud and clear. We're dealing with that.
No, I'm just talking about what you did approach it and you put things in place and put some changes, so I just want to commend you on that. Because those things, if we didn't address it, it would have created a major impact with code enforcement providing service to our homeowners.
And And some people do, use an example, your family had a extremely severe fire on 8th Avenue. Fire chief's there, they did a good job, came in, you know, that house has basically been fully restored.
Yes.
There's 2 blocks down that is still sitting there. I was there 2 days ago looking at it. Again, it's one where we've got to follow up on. You know, again, it was a tragic event. I believe that building had insurance, but you know, people are just making poor choices. Where you get a house that sits there, burned out, vacant, and you know, it's really a negative influence. Where you become the example where you turned it around and your family fixed it up and.
Yeah, they did a good job, and thanks to the fire department chief was there throughout the day with his firefighters, and they did a good
He's
job.
only put that fire out himself.
Yeah, no, he did. I wouldn't say that. He was there with the service, and they restored that building way before they got the insurance money. So they were aggressive. They know what they have to do, and that's a good example of people taking responsibility and not leaving it behind.
So Mayor, you said that we have like $4 million in properties, distressed properties currently that we would, well, approximately, that if we sell them.
That's what I'm proposing in the 25 budget. And you know, if your question's on the 25 budget or the 26 budget, of course the 26 budget is harder to project, but if we continue to chip away on it, there's real value there.
So not in the 25 budget, you're projecting it for the 26, that we'll sell that, because it's not, in terms of revenue, it's not showing there, so.
Yeah, I think that was the question, is that
Yeah.
this is in this budget. When we come next year for the 2026 budget, we're gonna have to locate $3 million, and that's what the mayor was leaning towards, where we are steering on $4 million in home sales.
Right, so
That can help to offset this.
So that will show up in revenue for the 2026 budget.
Correct.
Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused about that. So we do have it in the 25 budget that we're projecting to bring in 4.5 million in home sales. And so, but we also have the COVID assistance of this 3 million in the revenue of the budget. So, so we still would have to make up like $1 million something, is that what we're thinking?
No, the question is, if we were to say, okay, we're gonna take the 2025 budget as is into 2026, how do we fund this ARPA allocation? Where do we account for this $3 million?
I understand. But so, would we have to sell even more property, I guess is what I'm trying to say for
Some of these come
26.
back on the tax rolls so that our
I gotcha.
tax revenue goes up.
Gotcha.
It's an overly simplistic analysis to say everything shows up in one line. So there's actually, when people fix their property up, there's sales tax revenue that goes out.
Yeah.
On our closings now, we charge the $500 in advance for putting the permit system in place. So again, there's additional revenue there and reduction in expenses.
There's a combination of that, so that is a tax base increase, the sale of the property, mortgage tax, and the fees, permit fees.
I understand now, thank you.
So
No,
it's a combination
that's
of
good
everything that
clarification
will
for me,
help
thank
into
you.
2026. No, I just want to bring that to the table, so I don't want to feel that we're staring on anything. There are opportunity out there to address this. Go ahead.
And also, this doesn't include the pending sales that we talked about a couple days ago, right? When, it does, or maybe I should say, does that figure include those sales, those 29, I think, properties, is what you said?
Some of it is going to happen
This year?
in '24.
Okay.
Some of it, the nature of the closings may drag into '25. And we sometimes play around with it a little bit in December. You credit it in '24 or you credit it in '25. Finance department looks at it, where is the good faith date that we thought it was gonna happen, so
Thank you.
Any other question on this? Seeing none, we'll move forward. The next one, Sam, is it? We should all have this from Sam, and just explain the registrar, the money that was allocated to that line is not really a stipend. So we just want to make sure that we address that. The next report is what I would say is smart city, smart city allocation. We should all have this report here. This is a breakdown from 2018, 19, 20, 21.
I have to look at that, which one.
Was that email or filled it out?
It was handed out.
Was it handed
Yeah.
I remember it being emailed.
Yeah, but I did print on a handout copy.
You did.
I'm sure I have it, I just have to find it.
This, if you don't, we can make copies. Yeah, that's fine, we'll not make copies, we don't have to go through, sorry.
I can't find that one. It's weird.
I'm not sure you guys.
What was it again? What's the name of it?
It has to do with smart city.
Oh, it was a newer one.
Yeah, those
We
are
just
one
got
of
it.
the new ones. So.
That was emailed.
Yeah, it's sent by email.
Oh, I have it right here on top.
Yeah, everybody, I
Sorry.
took a copy for everyone, yes. Every report I received.
Yep.
Okay.
That's fine, we got copy, we got copy. No. In the meantime, you can pull these two reports. These were questions from Ms. Patrick. And the reason why I'm doing it, I want to make sure that we address all the reports that was asked and provide to us. I don't want to leave any behind and leave anything that is not, discussed. And if there's any outstanding questions,
I have one.
you are welcome to ask. Anthony, anything that we need to brief on here, or just straightforward?
I think it's pretty straightforward,
Yes.
especially if you look at the bottom part, it tells you what the approved budget was, tells you any adjustments we made, then it has the approved budget amounts, and then expenditures through 2024, and then the balances are on the bottom line. Just wanted to make sure to let you know the CV connection IG9 on the top, that is the CDBG grant through the state that we received those funds, which we initially were just about, we received those funds, we were finishing up, we have a balance of 50,000 left. And as the mayor, right, they're still putting fiber in the ground, right?
correct, there's still
Correct.
200,000 still out there.
Balance?
266, right?
Balance for everything, that's off for
And again, that's the real value of that project. Some of it is going to go in executive session, I'll give you a briefing on the fire today, but some of the things that were deployed are used every day, but the fiber is going to be there for 50 or 100 years. It's like water and sewer, telephone, and so more things develop and can be utilized. That's going to be the full value of that project.
Any question on this smart city allocation? Seeing none, we'll move to the questions from Ms. Patrick. I think some of these
They were.
answered. You're comfortable with your
Oh, yeah,
your
I think
answer?
we went over them in detail
Okay.
at each of the meetings, so I'm comfortable with them, yeah, I don't know if anybody else.
Anybody has any follow-up to these questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the, we should all have, go ahead, sorry, please.
Yeah, this question was asked on the 9th of October, and there is the reduction in the Public Safety Foundation, and so we.
Yes, I have that a note to talk about, the $25,000.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you can go ahead and talk about it. as you-
So, that was my question. I know that they said they were asked to reduce their budget, and it was 25,000, and that's like what they do with community engagement, being out there and all that. And so that budget was reduced to $5,000. So,
Yeah,
the fire department remained the same, 25,000, but 20,000 was taken out of here. And so if we're, really talking about community engagement, all that in terms of the police, with the community, I think that we really should reconsider trying to put that back on that budget line.
And the other dynamic with that is Public Safety Foundation, some of it, the real goal is to have both departments work with individuals within the community and do some independent fundraising. The old DARE program used to do a haunted house for Halloween. And so some of it is to not just use general tax dollars for it, but to encourage people to support the Public Safety Foundation and hopefully through that manner build a broader network where people are working together and supporting, again, those efforts in the public safety field.
I understand that, but that's not in place yet. So this is really, they basically decimated that line without that in place.
The foundation is there, and so some of the challenges for people go out and raise money, but yes. So I understand where you're coming from, it's the council's prerogative.
yeah, that was one of my suggestions when we discussed the budget, line by line, it was to continue to fund that. But at the same time, we have 25,000 under the fire and 5,000 here. And the approach is to encourage membership to go and seek funding from other sources.
How much did they spend on that line this
Year to date?
year? Well, not year to date, but previous year. Are they using that money? Sorry.
Yeah, we always use the money.
Both departments will share the expense in terms of the outreach we do within the community.
What's
He's
the,
gone.
what's the number?
Are you requesting that I try to find?
No, I'm kinda, I don't know if this is feasible since we are.
You could give them 15,000
That's what I
to the
was
fire
thinking.
department, 15,000 to the police department.
That's what I was thinking, it's feasible to kind of like, I did 25, 30, split it 15, 15 each and kind of encourage to go to seek funding from other sources to help them. I hate to see this line, I do not want to see this line go away, on either department, we continue to fund them.
What's the line number, please?
It's A2120, 402B, go ahead please.
Okay, 31.
Oh, page 20. For the please.
So it's A 3120, 402A, and 402B. I know Chief Marino stepped out. One of the things that I appreciate that the fire department does is they intentionally invest in like different organizations throughout the years. So even if they're not in place, I think their impact or their support of certain organizations is felt, and I imagine that in Chief Marino's capacity, they have programs or organizations they annually fund with this with their full allotment for this line in place. So I don't know if splitting that between this and fire may put some of those programs at a negative expense. I will say publicly, I think it looked poorly optically for that to be one of the lines that were adjusted for the police department. Definitely with conversations surrounding community and police interactions, I am proud to say I'm confident in the work that's been done and is being done, especially within our school district. As we've had recent events, it's important to have a fully staffed police force in place, but continually investing in the community is something that needs to be ongoing at the full capacity. So from my understanding, this is my third budget cycle. Definitely having a lot of conversations in one go is pretty tasking. So from my perspective, I was looking at identifying just where people's stances were with some lines, and then allowing the finance department to either adjust, or we can have follow-on discussions throughout the remainder of the week of how do we identify monies to support any of our positions. But I think having that complicated conversation all together, it makes for a tasking evening.
I share the same concern from the beginning. I identified this reduction and was very open about it. What is the actual to date?
Yeah,
Were you able to provide that to
I
us?
think they're gonna have it.
Yeah, and Mr. William, you're absolutely correct. These, we've seen the outreach into the neighborhood and the support to this local organization to kind of bring awareness to what's happening with the police department and the fire. And, it's something that we should support. I mean, if it's 50,000, 20,000, it will help.
A3120, 402B. This is through end of September, $3,646.
Out of 25?
Correct.
24.
Huh?
2024, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, of the 25,000.
Oh, I did 25,000, payment of 25,000.
So do we know if there's anything out there that, like, right now they're coming up, they're doing, what do they call that thing?
What is
That's
it?
coming up this week? Schenectady or whatever?
Schenectady will come up and they buy candy out of that,
So does that come out of this budget line?
Usually.
yes.
So we-
What is the actual for the police department? That is, sorry, 410, 402A, fire department, sorry.
Oh, what is it?
410, 402A.
Sorry, 410, 402A.
402A, yeah. It's on page 28, I believe.
That's correct, yeah, 28.
I can find it on this.
402,
And
3.16 is $21,556.
Oh,
fire department. Yeah.
they are doing outreach.
So we still have to see what the cost is for Schenectady. But as Mr. Williams said, apparently they're also helping organizations when they put things on, and that's how they're spending their money as well. And in addition, the police department, I think they get things donated to them that's not costing them anything. Because they give away some serious stuff. And I believe, I was told that some of the stuff that they get is donated. That may be how they keep that line down.
Police also have A312402A community outreach, and that year is $5,333, and budget is $6,000 in 2020.
They have two budget lines for that?
Yeah, they've been drawing down on the line just above that.
What's that, sir?
What was the line again?
That is A312402A community outreach,
No, the other one, you said they had another line.
402B.
402B, and then 402A community outreach, and
Oh,
402B
yeah.
is Public Safety Foundation.
2023, their actual expenses were, out of this budget of 6,000, they spent 1,000 and out of the 25,000, we spent 6,000 in 2023. That's probably where that's why they probably felt comfortable cutting.
Well, these are both from ARPA funds, so no matter how we cut the mustard, they won't be there next year to spend. So, 1 year they did spend more than the 5,000, so I definitely think we should increase it beyond 5,000. 15,000 was mentioned, and again, we have the expense that we don't know what's gonna happen for this October thing, and I don't know if they do anything in, for Christmas.
And Thanksgiving,
Oh, okay. So it's conceivable that there's gonna be more money spent than what we're seeing right now.
We did have one donor this year of $10,000 or $5,000
Or what's it done?
for
Public Safety Foundation.
Public Safety Foundation.
I know there was something with the school district, Schenectady Foundation, I believe, with the haircut.
This was
different.
this was just an individual who made a donation to the city for that specific use.
So is that money coming in to help in that way?
Yeah, that's,
So that could be $10,000. Can we increase that, the line to that, whatever that amount is for now?
My question would be, so if it's a donor, then the money's there, it's not even ARPA, it's an outside donor who specifically wanted to donate to that?
Yes.
So it's not even ARPA, it's other money. And where would that show up in revenue, or do you show that in revenue?
It'd probably be under miscellaneous, something like that, with donations, you know, one or the other.
I think one of the challenges, just in conversations I've had, are that, again, I mean, running events, for them to be running events and using that funding can be challenging also because, they're doing police work. So, I mean, part of, it might be interesting to think about whether we need somebody that we use some of the money to pay someone that would actually be working with either or both of the departments to actually put on some of these things, just as a suggestion.
So I think that's what they pay the vendor for supplies and things like that. So they manage the program where they just pay for the supplies and items or supply food, water, whatever they need to carry out that event.
Right.
I just mean coordinating the events, you know what I mean, as opposed to the supplies for the events.
But generally, they attend events that other people have already coordinated, like the 518, like the basketball thing that they were doing. So it's other group that coordinates, and then they invite them to come and bring all the goodies. So I don't know that we necessarily need a separate coordinator, because the events happen, and then the police show up to support it and bring all the giveaways. National Night Out was part of 518, so, so I don't know that we could afford the expense of hiring someone, because it's not like even a full-time job.
No, it's not a full-time job. Just a suggestion.
And then also, I think an important component is with these community outreach lines, in my perspective, it's how do we prevent fires? How do we prevent crimes? And I think by embracing and engaging the community proactively, where we address or provide some context to what they do or what policing involves or entails in the city of Schenectady, I think it reassures people that the police are present, and it also provides a friendly face to, if you have any questions or if there are any misinterpretations. But I think for the benefit of this line, it helps to present and address issues before they happen. And to Chief Marino's comment he made earlier, we can't quantify fires that didn't happen, we can't quantify crimes that didn't happen, but for this budget, I think it truly, it pays for itself. And that's why I think having this be an ongoing, permanent line in the budget just ensures that generation after generation, they understand the importance of the police in their community, and also it presents how the police should interact with their community.
I think it's just really, the first time you engage a police officer, you don't want it to be in the midst of a crisis, right? And I think that's kind of the same thing for our fire department, so that's pretty clear value there. And I do think that them leveraging some of the community, things that are already existing to kind of contribute to it, that again, that just reinforces, partnership in a really meaningful way. So it doesn't look like, as, a performative thing, just showing up. It's like showing up and contributing, to the cause is, I think, important for that. So I think we're on the same page on that.
I do want to clarify that I don't want to take money away from them, and I absolutely value them being involved in all these events.
I think the conversation here, and I think for many of us, and I can speak for myself, is that we're looking to, going forward into next year, to make this line permanent. I don't think there's absolutely no pushback on that, is to make these lines permanent. So yes, it's included this year, but these lines will eventually, next budget, be permanent in our budget and funded from general reserve. I mean, look at it. To bring it up to 25,000 is $20,000. If we have, I don't know what the amount is 10,000 or $5,000 donated, can we kind of subsidize that, whatever that amount is, and put the balance and bring it back to 25?
Spent some of that. In fact, they may use some of that money for like buying some of the candy from Schenectady. Track that information down tomorrow.
Yeah, whatever the difference is, I don't have an objection. From the beginning, I said we need to bring this line back to 25 to match the fire department and to keep it at $50,000. So they have that money available to them to continue the outreach, continue the good work they're doing in our neighborhood to kind of subsidize these events from the local organization. And both departments has been doing a fantastic job driving that. So we can put that there as an item to kind of revisit.
Right.
And we're just steering down with $20,000 there, which is not a big
Looking
deal.
for 20,000 more, right?
Yes.
I'll look for it tomorrow. I got the 60.
You got 60 to
I
look
got the
for.
60 already for the,
Yeah. I like that. All
I'll
right.
give it 20 tomorrow.
That's a no-brainer. I think all of us are very supportive of that. Yeah. The next one, we'll talk about the ARPA. We should have this report here. Let's go through this. I think there are some questions on this. All right, do we need to make copies? Anybody's missing? You need a copy?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll have copies. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
All right.
Unless you want to look on.
yeah, so, that's
We have one? We just need one.
I'm going,
okay.
Look like you have two there. Yes, another. All right. This was a state of it.
Thank you.
All right, so.
John, really fast before we move into this discussion,
Go ahead.
the anti-racism training, that's funded from a different line for the police, or is that?
Can you mind call the page? Oh, sorry, page 20.
No.
Page 20.
Yep, so, 402C, 120,
The question was asked, and I think they were like, what was, if you can
I
recall?
asked that question. They, last year, or this year, I should say, they had the anti-racism training that was done by the Underground Railroad. And it's not something that they do every year, so that's not seeing any funding, so I'm not sure how it was paid for this year, but I know that it was done this year through the Underground Railroad. I'm not sure going forward if they just donate their time and effort, I'm not sure how they came about that. But I did raise that question as well, as you can see, hasn't been funded for quite some time.
Right, right, so, and I was looking, I remember they were saying, but I wasn't sure, I was looking for some clarity on that, I wasn't sure where that, where it's saying, because right now, I think, well, that's a question that we can kind of get from the chief, like, what the plans are for that, because I think that's really important.
They had it done this year,
This
they
year, yeah.
absolutely did, but, it doesn't show anywhere in the budget. So as I know that they pay for it, but, Underground Railroad did do the training.
Well,
It looks like it's spent 100%.
It was,
I thought that was taken out of the training line.
yeah, so it's not here.
That's what I thought I saw someone said it was coming.
If you don't mind, we can ask the chief for clarification, so you have something.
Yeah.
Somebody would you like to
Sure,
ask, chief?
yes, please.
Alright. Well, ask the
They
chief
definitely
for,
had it done.
ask the chief for a clarification as to why, this line was zeroed out, and who,
I know they do the training, right?
yes.
Yes.
Like,
And where the money, came from to pay for, the training? And when is the next training?
I know those are one of the trainings that you like to see done annually as things switch over, and I'm sure that they're good at finding like other resources. And if they're
Yeah.
finding other sustainable resources, God bless them, you know, but if not, something we should
And
probably.
that's why I asked Emily to ask when is the next training, so if the next training is next year, then we need to know where we can get
Sure
funding
thing.
towards that training. All right, let's go through this, ARPA. Any question you have, please.
I don't have it in a year-to-date, before, showing the budget.
So,
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Farrar, when you gave the report from ARC from the beginning, there was a couple of, ones that you said we were recouping and bringing back to the general fund.
for 2025,
Yes,
yes. I got that list right here. I don't know off the top of my head, I know. Okay, we're looking to take, $1,250,000 from the Carver Community Rehab. $940,462 from the sidewalk program. $654,816 for the apartment center rehab. And $237,000 from Riverside Park Course.
so they had 250, so they spent a little bit and we're
Yes.
doing what's left.
Correct.
It was back to muscles, tennis courts, what was?
I believe that was,
For Riverside?
Riverside, yeah. I believe it was for skating board, I don't know what it is actually.
I think they hadn't made a decision. I think they've gone back and forth about basketball versus other things, so.
And I'm speaking to the engineer, he says there's no time, he has no time available to do that, and he's the one who suggested that we take that.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, please.
I just sent a message to Chief Whipple for the anti-racism training that was paid for out of the 23 budget. The number was the amount was in December of 23, but the training wasn't actually done until 24. So again, it's been done this year, and I think again, they're looking to do it like every other year
Okay.
as part of the overall training.
That's what he said the other night. That's what I think he said when we asked them the other night.
So I guess if I can speak to that, and the last thing we highlighted was the Riverside Park courts. I would hope that it was in response to just that concerted skateboard effort. I know you mentioned that out loud, definitely there's a lot of red flags with liability. I would say I don't believe in coincidences, but I happen to run into an individual that's a really prominent figure in that area, and he's like, his comment, paraphrasing, was, we're not even asking for funding, we just want it to be approved. I know the research that I've done, and I definitely deal with Corporation Council and it's the mayor's prerogative. It kind of spoke along the lines of, as long as there's sound infrastructure, those understandings kind of prevent us from any liability. I don't know where the rest of the council stands, but I think if we're going to be removing $250,000 from a fund that could potentially revamp that area for this recreational activity, I think in lieu of that, there should be a concerted effort to identify how the city can make this a legal activity within the community, or we need to start enforcing the policy that's currently in place.
I just want to mention once again, I was speaking with the engineer, he said with all the projects he has in place, we will not be able to get to that
Right, and
by 2026.
Oh, no,
That's-
even by 26?
That's what he told me, that's why.
And that's not what I'm advocating for, so I apologize if that was misconstrued. I'm saying if we're taking the money back, I understand that we are in a financial position in the city where we have to identify potential fee increases and fine increases and what not applying this to that means to our tax base, so I get that. I'm saying if we're going to proceed with not funding this line, we should look at how do we identify a pathway for the city to embrace this recreational activity as opposed to turning a blind eye and not supporting it.
Mr. Weaver, so we have had meetings with the group about the skateboard park, and I think that we had alternative, we had some suggestions, so we can, bring that back to the table and talk to them again. But again, the residents of the stockade are also, there's some of those residents that would be okay with a skateboard park, and there's other residents that say, well, maybe it should be a basketball court, and still others that have even tossed around, tennis or pickleball. So I think it's a good idea to bring it back, and it's something that the Health and Recreation Committee can put back onto an agenda as well. But I don't know if you've had additional meetings since the last one I attended, but there definitely were, some issues around liability and that kind of thing with the skateboard, but it's clearly a recreational activity, so we should be thinking about it.
So, but if there's no money, then we can't do basketball, we can't make a basketball.
In
court or a
2025, yeah.
Or a pickleball court or anything, if
Mhm.
there's no funding to support it.
Mhm.
I mean, it's a city park, so we can fund it at any given time. Through capital, it doesn't have to come from ARPA, it can come from any capital project or a special allocation into the budget. It's a city facility. So regardless of ARPA or general fund, if we decide to move forward and we may have the administration decide to move forward, it can be funded either way. But then we have to look at the same main and the boring topic, liability.
So you
Yes.
cannot have people just go into a public park and start to do construction without getting a building permit, any design standards. There's just no good scenario with
Yeah,
that.
and that's what I'm saying, the boarding point is the liability of these things in there and what the design layout and all things to make sure it's a safe environment for everyone to use.
Again, I think also it has to fit into the city engineer does have a lot of parks projects on his plate, as you can see from the grid, and he's working away on those things, so, it sounds like it's not gonna happen in 2025, right, Mr. Ferrari?
That's what he told us.
I'm just saying, we have this parks director position that is now occupied, correct? I think this would be an impactful topic for him to start reviewing. I can hear all sides, but in that, there's no pathway of action. So there's the potential amount of money that would have impacted any one of those issues that is now being removed, and in place of that, we are putting what? So I think there's already items and equipment there. I understand 1000% that the city cannot allow a group of individuals to just make a makeshift skate park. I get that. However, we need to fully address that is there and they are using that. So unless we're going to really work collaboratively to right-side that issue, we have to tear it down and put up fences. Because I think it sends a message to say, you can't use this park, but we're gonna knowingly allow people to use the park.
And Kathy, could you stop, I mean, I didn't know about that, there were meetings that were taking place. So you've been meeting with the skate
It was a
park?
long time ago, the skateboard
Oh.
one. It wasn't even this year.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
all right, I thought that.
that was the last time that they,
Oh, it's been a while,
yeah.
oh, okay, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
I do know that we did suggest under the ramp down by Prettles. That was a good suggestion to the skateboarders. And they, at that point, weren't in agreement, so didn't want any part of it for us to move them down there. So, again, talks were being held and taking place, so, and as Ms. Patrick just said, bring it back to the table at some point, so.
Well, and as Ms. Williams said, there's still skating down there. That's not even I've not been there in a while, but the last time I was there during the summer, they still were, and actually, there was an email where they thought the council had just squashed their idea, and it didn't, so let's say for the record that did not happen. Do they, or have that discussion? But I received emails that said that's what they believe.
Just for clarity, the question. Mr. Rivera?
No, go ahead, please.
So yeah, so just for clarity, we're talking about a couple different things. So the issue as we know as it stands right now is liability clearly. But there's a way if this was to turn into a manifest into a skate park, whether it's there or under the bridge that I know, I remember the mayor suggesting last year that the liability issue will be mitigated if it is a skate park and it, you know, it's not obviously a makeshift thing, right? So we're saying that so I guess for clarity, we're not saying that we can't do a skate park at some point due to liability, right? We're not saying that?
Correct.
Right, okay.
If you have something that's designed to acceptable standards, there's
Right.
criteria for skate parks.
Sure.
So I think what needs to happen is to bring them back to the table, let's have a continued discussion and to come up with a design that is, you know, that is acceptable to the city. And then, you know, potential of moving forward can be had.
What do we do with that old pool? It has nice, the right curve?
That's what I actually did suggest that. I actually thought that would be a great idea, but,
Green space,
or ice.
that's a possibility, even though they say that is macadam. You know, they go like a concrete surface, which is harder and smoother.
And just throw some concrete?
Go ahead, please.
If we could just go back for a second, I missed, when Mr. Ferrari was talking about the projects that we were considering eliminating the funding for. I got Carver, Riverside, Sidewalk, but I think there were some others
So
like,
the Employment Center,
oh, that's right.
we had, that was the four.
It's on this page, you should have a report like that here.
Oh, I
I
know
was gonna
that.
actually talk about this,
Thank you.
but we got
The
it
summary,
should be the summary here. There was a first report we received from Anthony.
thank you.
Got it.
Yeah. So right on,
Oh, I got
like in
it,
the
yep.
middle of it, it captures the breakdown
Gotcha.
of the four pockets where the money is coming from. Let's continue, I mean, we can just go side by side because this one captures something. Let's continue with this ARPA report, and then we'll move on to anyone else in terms of any question that you may have.
So we're just comfortable that I know that some people have, well, at least one or two that I can see have already spent down. And the rest we're just comfortable that all the projects will be done by 2026. Because once we've allocated the money by the end of this year, we don't, there's no opportunity to recoup from, if they don't spend it, it's just
Yeah,
lost.
We have to send it back to the
We have to
feds.
give it back.
Okay, we don't want that.
Is that a true statement? If they were to, I mean, I just want to throw that out, is that a true statement? I'll continue.
That is what
If we were to allocate X amount of money and they are not coming up to par and trying to complete the program, can we rescind that?
excuse me?
Can we rescind
You take it
the
back.
contract
Yes,
and
before,
recoup the money back and bring it back in-house?
before 2025.
Yes, it would have to happen
By the end of this
before
year.
2024, December 31st, 2024. So that is something that we have to look at. And I will encourage them to, all of us, mayor, administration, Department of Development. It's kind of like we have to be on top of this project to see how they are faring out there. And if they can't come up to par, we're gonna have to amend the resolution and to take this money back. Unfortunately, that is my personal opinion right now at this point in time, because it will hurt us more to see that we try to work with them all the way to the 31st of December and they can't carry their weight, they cannot bring in additional funding from other sources, and we lose millions of dollars. So I think this council has an obligation to look at this with the mayor and the Department of Development, and we work side by side to make sure that we bring back these funds in-house.
Well,
Go ahead,
but we
please.
but I think that some of these projects did not need matching funds. So we should look at what did need matching funds. I mean, there's one for $50,000 and then, so in the next couple of years, will they be able to spend $40,000 on food? Or, and I don't even know the date of this, Anthony, because there's no date on it.
Which one of those has, I believe.
924.
924. Yeah.
So, I'm guessing that there's still more money that's been spent or will have spent by the end of December. So if we're even considering that,
Which
I
one?
think we should, that was the food delivery, that was just one I chose. But even if we, look at some of the others that are under contract, and part of it is because they have to get their contractors going, I'm not sure. So I think before we decide that, we have to see where they are with their projects.
And can you ask Ms. Carver to have a priority report for you? Can you ask Ms. Carver?
That was asked and she said that she would do that, like, for
I think that'll
instance,
help.
right, the Harbor House right now still has $750,000 in there. There's still a balance, but do we really wanna say that we wanna take that back?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I'm just responding to that particular project, but we had a comprehensive presentation by them, and they outlined how they were spending the money and what the timeline was.
I wasn't asking are we taking their money back, I'm making to Mr. Mudavar's point, we should do this line by line and see where everyone is, as opposed to just saying, well, they haven't spent it, it's almost the end of the year, let's take it back. I'm not choosing them to take their money
Okay.
back, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
It's a general statement I'm making, to safeguard us and to bring back some money rather than we lose it, we bring it back and keep it in-house so we can use it next year. Go ahead, please.
To Derek or Anthony, in these contracts, if a project moves ahead, I used Harbor House as an example. It's on Washington Avenue, good project, we all support it. If they didn't use all that money to get to the end and there's some residual that is out there, can't complete it, could we word the contract more generically? It says that we'll use it for Harbor House or adjacent street and sidewalk work. So that we would put it back into the street somewhere on Union Street or Washington Avenue. And that way, at the end of these, these big projects, the likelihood of everything balancing out to zero is a little bit of a challenge, but if we put some contingency there where there's always paving to be done, there's always something that you know, in a lot of these, it's not gonna be huge amounts of money, it might be a little bit. On the other hand, maybe something does shift and you end up with $100,000. You don't wanna lose that, but, so I don't know if we could do generic wording like that, so it's,
Yeah, it's not, I don't believe that's a problem at all with any of these projects, we can do that. I think what we have to look at, what is their plan, have they got a contractor going forward? Are they looking to start the project, when are they looking to start the project? And again, if they have enough money. Because usually with the cases with any of these fundings, in my experiences, they always use the grant money first, so before the end of the project, you know, that they'll use it for the excavation, for the foundation, and, you know, it's always done before they even start, you know, really, believe it or not, 750,000 or even 500,000 doesn't go as far as they used to, you know?
And that's what I'm
But
trying
I'm
to
saying,
say.
we need to know where they
Yeah.
are, you know?
And that's what I'm trying to like direct, to be, for lack of more direct in terms of where we, yes, go to everyone and ask them, where are you in your project? Do you have matching funds? Where are you in terms of matching funds?
Right.
And if you're not there, time is not in front of us. We have to get this done in about, I would say, push it in 2 cycles. We have to be aggressive because we need to bring it back in-house, make amendments, and then reallocate it to city projects. That will take a month at least. So we have to make sure that we don't wait until the end of December to
We
come
have
back
to
here.
start now. That's
So
what
I think this work, all of us need to get on board to help make this happen. It's unfortunate that we have to do this, but we allocated. You are unable to come up with your expectation, and we're not gonna lose the money.
I think that Ms. Carver has that kind of information, because she has come and made those, I think she probably knows exactly where each of these projects, so I don't,
So I think,
maybe we could ask her to come
yeah,
back while we're
Ms.
still
Ford, we
doing
can add
budget
it on the agenda.
negotiations.
For.
Next committee
She's
meeting,
got-
to kind of give us an update where we are and identify anyone that we need to reach out.
Yeah, I definitely, I mean, there's a number of them that have, if you look down here on the balance side, there's a number of them that have high balances as of September 24th, that they're unexpended, there's a number. I only see a couple, like, I can count the zeros that have no balance, let me say that. So most of them have a balance.
Yeah, I agree. The ones that have high dollar value, we'll have to go after we'll have to address those first, and then look at the smaller ones.
Could we ask her to come in tomorrow evening? I don't, if she's done it already,
well, we can always ask.
right,
That's what-
right.
Yeah, we can, we don't need to wait until, that's right, we can ask it, because it's a budget item.
Yeah, I mean, she's updated at our
Has she?
council, at our
Yeah.
council meetings,
Oh.
at our council
Whether
committee
she'd
meetings.
be prepared to talk in detail about the actual status would be something different.
Yeah, I don't know if she can get an updated
That's
status
what
of
we're
sales.
interested in, okay.
I think that might be too premature in terms of like asking her, she might not be able to. I think we need to wait. Let's wait Monday, next Monday, to get that update. Because this doesn't affect the
committee meeting.
final budget, it's more or less trying to bring back in.
Right, money, and then we could just use on city projects.
Yeah.
Um,
The other thing, I mean, I wanna talk about in terms of the sidewalk program, we are dropping off 940,000. It's something that is dear to all of us, the sidewalk program. We have received our fair share of complaints from the mayor to every one of us. None of us are spared of that. So when we are doing this reallocation back, I would like to recommend that we consider reallocate some money to the sidewalk program, because currently with the Central Parkway sidewalk program slated for next year, April 1st, we also have McCallum Street, Emmett Street, and Raymond Street petition that we need to consider. And I'm gonna actually add it on the agenda for Monday, that we discuss McCallum, Emmett, and Raymond Street. The petition, and how do we move forward in addressing those petitions and have them line up for the next phase of sidewalk program.
in 2025.
Yes, of course,
And McClellan and Raymond.
yes. And I would like to see that we reconsider, some money towards the sidewalk program.
So we're gonna leave it as is, but try to figure out ways to find.
Yes, yeah, I am okay with the reallocation at this point in time to help us with the budget deficit. But that's a consideration I am putting onto the table as we make final adjustment towards the end of the year.
Okay, that's what you're looking for here.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so.
Are there, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. No, I just want to point out that I don't have any friends on here, just put it down last night, just want to be clear, so people can have it, and for those who agreed with them.
Be a lot more popular, wouldn't it?
I would be good night.
I would have said, yeah, all of these people are my friends.
Oh, wow.
I'll just take some more. Yeah. Any other question on this? I think this is straightforward, we'll ask, Ms. Carver to just give, oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
I would say sincerely, if we're doing our last reattacks, it was not missed how passionate I was to see the Harvard Community Project continue. I appreciate the work that was done to get to this point. I know the transition in leadership was abrupt to say the least, but I thought it was a concerted enough effort. In my perspective, my wife's a social worker, so she's really big on using I statements. I thought the stance from the city was disingenuous. I thought the manner in which the project was presented and the comments that were had around the table gave the impression that we were working with them. And with the lack of follow-up and communication when the project was pulled, I can yield to the fact that there are better lines or better suited project managers, i.e., well, I won't even speak because we haven't had anything formally presented to us. I appreciate the comments that were given last night in response to the individuals that came to speak. But that is why I'm so passionately responding to making sure our community outreach lines are funded, that we are funding other recreational activities throughout the city, because in absence of providing this resource to youth in the community, we need to make sure we're actually putting some actionable items in front of them, because there's a lot of idle time, and we hear of these, I want to be careful in how we capture recent events, but it is unfortunate that our youth have been plagued with incident after incident after incident. And I think it is important to make sure we put actual funding behind the comments I hear on the table. And it is not easy. Being a member of the city council, there's wishful thinking, and then there's how do we make it end up and how do we balance the budget at the end of the year. But I would have been remiss if I didn't say anything regarding this. I hope to see the project to fruition and whoever it is ultimately lands. But definitely this will be a loss for that community, and we need to make sure we're intentional in other measures of the city so that this isn't lost.
Just to kind of add to that, on the information I have, this project cost about $3.7 million as of last year. That's a number. I'm sure that is way above that at point in time now. I would say closer to $4 million. Our allocation is $1.2 million at this point in time, so they are way behind at this point in time in terms of the adequate funding for this project. Yes, it's unfortunate to see it go, but our $1.2 million is nothing towards this project. It's a fraction. And, the other source of income, funding, I don't know if it was, for me, it wasn't brought to this table. I don't know where it is at this point in time. I asked that question many times as to where the other source of funding coming. We heard about the names, we're not getting any concrete, something of confirmation that yes, I'm gonna fund X, Y, Z. But then on the other hand, I'm hearing that the school is gonna be funding this entire project. So I don't think we're not losing in the sense the school is gonna be funding this entire project. and work with this group, this 10 group. So yes, we're taking back this funding of 1.2 million, but at the same time, information I am receiving, the school is stepping in. So they are gonna be placed, they are gonna be used, and the facility is gonna be there, and the school is gonna partner with these agencies to provide the service needed there. I don't know if I'm getting that wrong, correct me, please.
I don't know if you're getting it wrong, because I was gonna ask more about that. You're saying that the school is going to fund the project. Is the school going to fund the project as it was presented to us, or is the school going to do, because generally, the school, like, for instance, they took over the building down here and they became administrative offices down there. So is it still going to be, a community, some part of it anyway? I don't expect the school to, fund an entire community center and the school not have any role in the building. So is the school going to, what is the project?
And that's a question we might wanna ask the lead person, ask the school, as to what exactly, that's information I don't have much, I'm sharing what I
Again, it's still somewhat fluid, where the school district has a very serious interest in that building, in that site, and they're doing an evaluation in terms of will it fit their needs, and I'm optimistic that that's going to move forward.
And
But
so
it's
if it
still
doesn't,
it's a dynamic process.
but we don't have a plan B if it doesn't.
No.
Well, you know, again, it's,
We don't have a plan B, the city doesn't, because we don't have the
money.
$4 million.
So, you know, again, I'll just bring up the point that I know there was some, conversation like, well, you know, that neighborhood doesn't, I don't know, it kind of implied that it doesn't need them, that's what I took from last night's conversation. However, the Boys and Girls Club was there, is now in Mount Pleasant, and there's another Boys and Girls Club, so maybe other communities don't have a community center necessarily, but they do have facilities for children. The Boys and Girls Club, there's 2 of them in Mount Pleasant, there's one in Rotterdam, and then other parts of the city have projects, have places. So I just want to make sure that as we do the Craig Main project, that we don't have this dinosaur of a building that's just sitting there and nothing is in it. And that somehow we make sure that we're, not only is something in it, it's something that it's just not only for the school district, but people, children in the community can be a part of it. And I think what Mr. Williams was saying is that not that he's necessarily, he understands why the money was taken back, but just in the method in which it was done, that people were not informed, and the way they found out, it was just, then we started getting phone calls.
Well, number one, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, the money hasn't been officially taken back yet, right? We still have decisions to make in order for that to happen, correct? Or is that number one? I would say that, and I think that the program, I mean, I think the school district, you know, I can't speak to what, you know, again, whatever, you know, assessments they have to make sure that the building's feasible, meets their needs. To the mayor's point, I think that no matter who enters into that space, you know, we want to encourage them to work closely with the community, so the community still has some autonomy during the process. And a lot of times when larger entities get involved in the process, they don't leave that space. I think that the current leadership within the school district, I think we have a greater chance of that being a reality, that there is some autonomy there and there is some genuine community partnership. I would just caution us, because I don't know that to the mayor's point, it's still pretty fluid, you know, and it is a dynamic process. So I don't want to make any decisions based on something that we don't really know is going to materialize as of yet.
Well, I do have one other, I'm sorry, are we finished with that particular discussion? I don't want to.
No, I just want to ask, any other question on this, these articles?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Because again, I received an email regarding Proctors, and there was something that they had already done the work, but then they came back. Do you remember this? They came back. So we received an email, so asked that during this budget season, are we going to reconsider the 70,000 for their project. Wanted to make sure I bring the project question to the table.
So we did initially allocate this money and then we amend the resolution to take that money back, $76,000.
Right.
And now you receive an email asking for this money back?
Well, what we took back was money that they had already spent and done before the project, before they received that, and that was not allowed. We couldn't pay for them for work that was already done. But then they submitted something that said that we had to have other work that would qualify. And I don't think we ever got to the point where we discussed that. Did you have something?
Ms. Patrick, I think, brought that up and discussed it.
I think that we did discuss it in a
Yeah.
committee meeting. I don't know that we came to a decision, but
Right, well,
we
I
did
thought you-
discuss what you're talking about.
Right, and I'm bringing it back because we did make a decision and because I got an email to ask, is there a possibility?
From Proctor's.
Yes, from Proctor's, that should be clear, from Proctor's.
Yeah, I am trying to recall when we discussed it, our balance at that point in time was almost to zero.
Yes.
Yeah, I think when you brought us the allocation and what our balances, it was at a point where we can't even reconsider it because we did not have the funding.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I can recall, yeah.
It's more than likely they already paid for that
Yes, they did.
new stuff again.
They did.
They
Yeah.
wouldn't be eligible again,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, the first one was because they did it even before their grant was submitted.
Correct, before we got the money in.
Yes, so
I remember.
definitely not.
I have a question. So if, looking at the outstanding balances in the ARPA funding, and if- say there's just, use $500,000, right? And we're talking the possibility of it going into sidewalk budget. If we created a line for youth services under Park and Rec, to maybe address some of the concerns that you, would we have to prescribe how it would be spent, or if we just create a line, youth services, and say maybe of that 500, let's put 250 for youth services, and kind of look at the needs in the city and then some of the areas of concern and target activities in those communities. Would that be an option for us?
We do have a line in the budget here for $150,000, and I think one of the questions that was asked, where are we in terms of spending that? Is it adequate? Do we need to fund it more into 2025?
The employment
You
program?
mean the
Yes,
youth
the
employment?
youth employment, yeah, the youth program. Oh, you're talking about this generally here, or?
Yeah, just like come up with maybe some creative ideas, like we create a budget line and say, here are some areas that, at nighttime, right? There's a lot of free time in this community, we got some concerns, let's create a nighttime program, maybe in an existing school.
Yeah, that will fall into this, the youth allocation that we have, the youth program. Go ahead.
My understanding from the mayor is that the youth program is, they hire young people to work right in City Hall. Is that
Well, some of it's also used in the Parks Department too.
But what I should say, for city staff, not necessarily in City Hall, but all city staff, not outside of.
Well, it was used this year for that, but the year prior to that, we used it in the school, we used the funding for the school district, partner with them.
Yes.
Yes, so I think it's not specifically for city, it was more of helping out this year in the city. But I think that can spread out throughout the city with our agency.
This year was all the city, that was the answer to the question, so I don't know going forward if that's the plan, or if there's also an opportunity to use it beyond that. Or how that works.
Well, what Councilman Encini is saying, if I'm correct, is we could do programs, it could be city employees, but it might be in a school building.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, I was wondering just, again, if the school district, and I know if the school district was to take over the community center, then there'd be youth programming, going on in that facility. Well, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
After school programming and that kind of thing.
That would qualify for CDBG funding. So that is there, so we would encourage them to make an application at that point in time, and we will encourage that application to have a favorable consideration, and funding can be available to help with the administrative costs and to help run that, those programs there.
I wonder,
Sorry. In a minute.
So, thank you.
excuse me.
Joe, you wanna just take, I think there's pretty stringent restrictions on ARPA funds. So how we can, I understand, take that money, put a separate line, save it for ourselves to help the youth. I don't know.
It's
But,
right,
but we could reach out to Ms. Carver, because that's exactly what you want to do, but I don't think we can say this, but that's why we're trying to spend, find out what's happening now so we can allocate that money, but it was a great idea. Right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think part of the benefits of partnering with the school district is that they bring resources, and so I would think that the school district is going to bring with the resources, then maybe we should be looking to put, maybe these leftover, for lack of a better term, resources in a different direction. I would just think that,
No, I
I'm
was
gonna get in
one of the
trouble.
questions I asked the mayor to look at what we have expended this year in terms of that line, to see, do we need more? Or is 150 adequate to take us into 2025, because we need to expand? Yes, we're doing a good job in employing people here, to kind of, introduce them to the workforce, which is a good thing. It's a wonderful program, but at the same time, we can expand it out to continue to help and work with the school district.
I think also that part of the CDBG, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there's a coalition still of nonprofits that are youth-serving nonprofits that are, they get CDBG funding as a coalition, and work together with our Director of Development to provide youth programming too. I'm all for more youth programming, but I just wanted to bring that up as well, that we do have that. I think that's still in place. I think it was like 6 or 7 different organizations that were under one umbrella. But I guess when we have Ms. Carver come in, we'll be able to ask her that too.
Yeah, so we can follow up with that in terms of the actuals, expenditure data on that line, and see where we are, if it's adequate, yes. If it's not adequate, we can make a recommendation to see if we can find some funding. I mean, use your words, find some funding.
Money Trio Cat.
Yes, to the program that we need to continue to fund every year.
So I was just thinking, and this might be more, or better question for Ms. Carver, but I think within the parameters of what's acceptable uses of funds for ARPA, youth programming definitely fits well within that. So I don't think that we probably, to your point, obviously, I just want to make sure that we're using the money, but I think that would be an allowable use, though. I do think so.
That's how we have some of these.
The youth program currently is funded from ARPA, but I think we can expand it.
Yeah, I was speaking to Ms. DeTuro's point of making sure that we're operating within the parameters of ARPA funding, right?
No, we are.
Yeah,
We are.
I was just saying, I think that would meet the criteria.
A prime example is the Cocoa House. They're
Yeah.
using that to benefit the youth.
There's several.
Yeah.
Page 43. So that's on page, and we can see the actual in 2022, 2023. It was almost close to what we had, was budgeted.
How much was spent on youth programs this year?
So I'm just gonna circle back to the Proctor's question. So is that something we're gonna be considering, or are we just not going to consider anything else in terms of the ARPA funds?
At this point in time, we don't have funding, $843.
46.
846, sorry, thank you for correcting me. So I think we can consider it when we make this reallocation back and make amendments when, in the next 2 cycles. Hopefully, we should. the next two cycle make this amendment, yeah, that can be brought back to the table for discussion and see where members are in terms of that.
Just for clear, I'm not in favor of it. I think there are bigger needs in the city. I think the concessions that are being asked of our residents, I know we're having these discussions right now, it is an unfortunate circumstance, but we're not proposing small increases. And for very important reasons, and then in forecasting what 2026 looks like, I think if there are any benefits out there to be provided to the tax base, we have to do that now. Because it is only going to get and I want to be careful because I don't want to scare anyone, but I'm trying to be transparent. We had a very, very very good presentation from our police department, our fire department. Their needs are their needs. And as we have ongoing contract negotiations, the number's gonna get bigger. So I think it's unfortunate. I appreciate proctors and what they do for our community, but I think there should be a clear message. And just speaking for myself, I don't think we can do it. Now, there are two other members in the committee, but I just want to be clear.
No, you're absolutely correct, and that's the reason why I am pushing. I am pushing for us to revisit these allocation, and if agency are not up to par, bring it back in, we make our amendment, make our adjustment, reallocate to the city, and let's keep it in-house. And that will help us in the 2026 by doing that early rather than later. The one question when we were at Steinmetz neighborhood, the Goose Hill neighborhood, they talk about reallocating some money. We made one allocation of $500,000 Steinmetz Park, and there was some email, I'm not sure if everybody was copied on it. If not, we can share it.
Yes, everyone got the email.
They're asking for some reallocation to Kerry Street Park, and we direct them to your office and the Department of Development to kind of like work with you and the Department of Development, see what the needs are there at Kerry Street. And we can make amendments based on recommendation.
At this point, I'm not prepared to make a recommendation. There's still work to be done in Steinmetz Park.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to make sure that gets done so that we're not kind of doing half-assed projects in two parks, and then to focus on Cary Street. We've worked with Cary Street, we've done some tree planting, some other modifications there, and so, it's moving ahead. There's some internal discussions within that group. It wasn't, best I can tell, a formal meeting of the Goose Hill neighborhood to make that recommendation to pull money out. It's a smaller group that's part of the leadership. I'm not saying anybody is wrong, but there's discussions that I think still have to happen before we make any final decisions. And the first being, what are the actual costs we need in Steinmetz Park to get that done, and before we look at Cary Street.
And they did bring it up at the meeting that most was.
Yeah, all of them
They brought that up, and then, I think after that, there was an email that went to, that came to me and asked, I think it came to all the council. And then my response was that they should go to the Department of Development. It's not up to us to take that information, that they should send it to the Department of Development, who in turn would then, bring back whatever they had and bring it to the council. Although, the other night, I think that there was a misunderstanding that they could, again, come back to the council and ask that question.
No, that's why I said I didn't make that comment to a member, that they need to speak to the mayor, Department of Development, and the engineer, and to kind of lay out what is needed at Steinmetz and the funding to complete that project. And any leftover, then it can be reallocated to that project, but it will have to be driven by fair estimate from the engineer.
Mm.
Any other question on this? So just to address the Hillhurst and the money that is available, Hillhurst pool, we allocated $250,000. And it looked like the balance is $230,000. The conversation that was centered around this last time and the misinformation that was peddled, that nobody wanted to move any money out from Bellevue. It's more about how do we spend this money in Bellevue within the park there. And do we repair the pool? Is enough money to fix the pool, or do we do a splash pad? And I think that what Ms. Patrick and Ms. Porterfield was trying to get at in terms of how do we spend the remaining money there internally. There are some spending there against that line in the Hillhurst pool. The big question is that adequate, $250,000 to complete the rehab?
There's some negotiations that are going on with, say, with private counsel to go into executive session if you want to be briefed on that. Other than that,
Yes, I was gonna actually discuss a couple things more than go in executive session. We wanna talk about some pending expense into next year that we are not accounting for in the budget. That would be the unions. And yes, we can do that and then talk about the fire. Yeah, we'll do that in a couple.
So, we'll just do.
No, I just wanna clear the air on this Hillhurst allocation, the Bellevue allocation, the one for the Fairview Park and the pool. No money is being removed from the Bellevue allocation.
And I
We
think
might consider putting more.
to repair the pool and stuff, that is nowhere.
that is not happening.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's no go. That's just,
No, the money is not adequate, I didn't
Okay.
say.
It's not enough,
to do
yeah.
it, just-
and actually, you know, you all got the email, you saw the responses, and so somehow the information was that at this table, that Ms. Patrick and I were trying to figure out ways to recoup the money, that conversation didn't happen. The conversation was around the money that is currently here, what could we do with it? And the suggestion that I made was that could we do a splash pad? And that was a conversation, somehow that got misconstrued into, we taking the money back. An email came to us and an email went out to the community, or at least the Bellevue group, just so you know, saying that this is what they're doing, and then an email said, oh, stand down, that's not what they're doing, after they got the email saying otherwise. So just wanna make it clear at this table that that conversation didn't take place then, it's not taking place now. No one's asking to remove money from Hillhurst, but rather to figure out within the park how we use the money to the best, of our ability based on the amount of money that there is. So.
Yeah, would it be, can you get an updated estimate for this pool? Just for the sake of discussion, for us to see where it lands in terms of, as we make adjustments in the next couple of weeks.
I'm probably not gonna be able to get a number that would be accurate.
No, something that we can, go out for.
Well, I can give you some numbers, we did a pool.
Oh, we only allow one in the city. Yeah, because if we allocated 250,000, and if it's like 100,000 more, then consideration can be given to say, okay, if it's that amount, I'm just throwing numbers out.
That number is too low, and the engineering issue with that pool is it was losing huge amount of water every day. They could not identify where the water was going, they couldn't find an obvious leak. And what they're worried about is the potential to create a cavity either underneath the pool or adjacent to the pool, so that you would, God forbid, have people in swimming, and you would have a catastrophic collapse of the pool, is why I closed it a number of years ago, and the repairs would be in just.
In the millions.
Yes.
That's
It's gonna be-
your
it's gonna be the millions.
It's the millions. So then the consideration is a splash pad is the ideal thing to kind of replace that. Consideration can be given to that, they need discussion. Alright. I don't have anything else on this. Anybody else on this? The Schenectady Foundation, the food program, the Healthy Choice program, is still 540,000 there. Any, you raise your hand, I think, good.
Yes, Anthony or Derek, they've been drawing some money down and then
Yeah, we have like about 240,
Should be there, the amount that's drawn down.
yeah, yes, that's correct, yeah. 2135, they're showing, balance of 542. You want, go
Well, I
ahead.
just want to say, I think that the initial allocation of 600,000 to the Schenectady Foundation was for a
Yes.
3-year project. So, I don't know, because it is a lower figure that they have expended so far to date, but I think that was the overall plan, I think, when we first gave them the 600,000. And I think it would be good to get some more detail on that, in terms of, they established a food council, the Schenectady County Food Council with that funding. But I'm not sure if funding that's going out into the community is from that money. I don't think it is, but I think we probably would need to get some clarification from them. But it was a 3-year.
Derek, would you mind,
Yeah.
provide that update for us?
And that being Ms. Carver too.
Any other comments on this?
What?
Arbor Director is Ms. Carver.
Well, I guess it would be Ms. Carver, yeah. Can you say that?
Alright, seeing none, we'll move to, there is one report that we talked, and then, we'll go into a bigger session, and then we'll continue, tomorrow. It has to do with the vacancies.
Oh,
I think some question was asked for that. And we'll address the, did everyone receive this email? On the
Yes,
PD?
yes,
Chief Clifford?
yes.
Okay. So, you have a second? Yeah?
this is an extra vacancy. I'll give it to
You want the vacancy?
Yeah. Oh, everybody has the vacancies?
Yep.
Everybody have the vacancies, otherwise she can make a copy.
I had an extra copy, so I just put it on Damani's pile, but
Okay, all right.
Let's make that two or three copies.
I mean, you just need to put that in this.
unless it's updated.
Yeah, that's one vacancy, yes. And then, I had a couple of
Or actually, this is
the
different.
Robertson.
I took the one back.
This one?
It's a little different.
Anthony, your phone sheet, $846.
846,
This sheet carries the balance.
It's $846. Yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, that's left.
Yes.
Oh,
we're gonna use that probably at the end of this year, or at the end of next year.
yo, stretch.
Yeah. Is your new cook? Is your new cook? It's weird when that happens.
that's a mileage ticker on it.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Mine stopped.
Mine is 2 years.
It finally stopped, but it's so fast.
Really?
He said if someone tells you that
Sometimes I wake up and feel like I have 50 days. run into was, working in the office.
But even under your desk, you're sitting down and you're that.
Yeah, I do that just to stretch it, stretch it out, because it's tight right up.
That's why they stay get out there.
Yeah.
Stay here when you stand on my constant, get out and stretch.
Right there.
How old was it when you came to me?
Oh, no, just to see which, what was so much better.
I think they said that they were doing the action.
Not that I wanted it, but if that's what
No, no, I
counts
know.
for.
We were looking for you just now.
Oh, you were?
Yeah. You left. So we were cutting some items.
Oh, you got stuff? Okay.
Yeah, we were cutting some items we were there.
Oh, yeah,
We did already?
We cut the whole budget, I didn't understand what I was saying, because it's smiled
He
back.
was here, he just left, and we
So-
concluded the conversation.
Totally. I have.
Everybody has one, this one. You have one of those? That's not a problem. Can we discuss this more?
Well, that's different. It's different.
Yeah. Can we put our rest in saving? Is that required? I don't know, the fund source. I'm just asking.
Not quite yet, I don't think.
I don't see it.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think they're looking to see what it is.
Yeah.
That particular point.
I don't know what's going on, I don't know what it's going to do.
Huh?
She's wondering if we're taking now or.
Well, that big thing, yes, was at practice.
No, I will let you know. I just couple things we need to discuss and then we'll go into executive session and wrap up for 7:30. We just go over the vacancy list. There were some questions to that, and this report for us. We just want to go through it and make sure that we address all the concerns. And if there are questions, we can ask.
And I think this is an early list. It's like the code enforcement crews, actually, the results came back on the tests. So we'll some of those, the law department doesn't reflect these positions are there. We move those to per diem, so that we're
Yeah,
filling
yeah,
those slots.
I sent a follow-up email about the water department. You guys, about the water department.
Go ahead, please.
I just wanna, in the engineering, is it the IPS 3 that's vacant, or is it the IPS 4 on page 10? I don't know why I thought, I have a note to myself, but I don't know why.
IPS 3's vacant.
It is, okay. Thank you.
Any question on this? Go ahead, please.
It is in regards to the deputy corporation counsel. I have concerns with eliminating that secondary role within that department. I can understand the reasoning behind trying to replace that with a certain number of part-time assistant corporation counsel positions. But to me, definitely having either a redundancy within the department, even if more, having a like progression to support, but also future, because our current corporation counsel is not gonna be there forever, so I think having the proper training and development is important. It is in place in every other department, so I think to have this not reflect that current standard, I think is, could potentially be an issue. Not saying that it will be, saying it could be.
I wouldn't say no to extra help. If you guys want things to move quickly and efficiently, more help would not be, more help would be very appreciated.
So I guess follow-up question would be, in response to the number of positions that you're requesting assistant corporation counsels, obviously, if the council was to elect to still fund the deputy, it wouldn't be the full ask. Are you confident you would be able to fill all the requested positions that you did ask for in regards to the assistant corporation counsel, if that makes sense?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I understand your question.
You're requesting 4 positions. I don't have that line open.
Yeah.
So if we were to proceed with that, are you confident you would fill those 4 throughout the year?
Those are filled.
Yeah, those are filled.
Okay.
The part-time assistants are filled.
So,
Go ahead, please.
so we'd be adding, if, Mr. Williams, so are you thinking that we add the deputy core counsel back in at 106,000? So I think, is it that
Well, it's a couple things, I think we're trying to do, so like, the assistant corporation counsel and the per diem, and then, kind of take some funding from that line upwards. It's a movement within, zero impact, I mean, it's not gonna be zero impact, but you have to add some money if there's a consideration, so
Definitely not.
fund the deputy corporation counsel line.
Well, we still need per diem. My suggestion to you, if you're concerned about, is perhaps add a,
Page 8.
you don't necessarily need a deputy. If you're concerned about full-time people, you can consider adding, another full-time assistant, which is less expensive than a deputy. That person would still be being trained over time, just like, we have someone who's, gonna be filling the full-time assistant. So that person's being trained over time, if that's your concern.
So
No, go ahead, please.
would it be, so if we're not gonna do, if you're saying that the deputy isn't necessary, but would it, and if we're going to hire an assistant corporation counsel, would it be better to hire someone that already had the skill set as opposed to someone who we, have to bring in and train? Even though, could we get someone at I don't know what the cost would be, I can certainly look that up. So we could have someone who already had the skill set as an assistant, as opposed to someone you have to bring in and train.
Well, certainly the more you pay, you're gonna get someone with more experience. I was just making the suggestion because it's less expensive to hire an assistant as compared to a more experienced deputy.
Just want to remind everybody too, during the years that Andrew Coleman was here, was it 4 or 5 years he was here?
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
He only hired one guy under 5 years. At least, we have a staff of people there, now. Whereas previously, the last 5 years, we only had one other guy.
And if I'm not mistaken,
He was only there for the last couple of years too.
and if I'm not mistaken, anyway, I can help me with this. For many years, we didn't have a deputy.
Yeah, we didn't have anybody.
Yeah, for many years, I know.
There's nobody.
I'm trying to recall that this only happened recently where this position was funded over a couple of years.
If you're concerned about us being able to manage all the workload, like the mayor had said earlier, use per diem and sometimes outside counsel, you can consider just adding more to the per diem line. Because that's the line that, like, if we need another assistant, another part-time assistant, it's gonna come out of that per diem line. And a part-time assistant at 10 hours is $32,500, and the per diem is only $55,000. So if you want to do a cost-effective add to our department, you can consider adding to that per diem, which will give us the ability to hire more part-time people, which, like we had talked about earlier, you get more bang for your buck because you're getting people usually who have either retired or have their own practice that are experienced, and they have a lot of experience in a particular area, and so you get a lot of bang for your buck when I have found. There are other law departments of municipalities that are also switching to this part-time model because it's easier to attract talent that way. And so my suggestion, if this is your concern, is perhaps to add some money to the per diem, and that will give us the ability to hire more part-time people who are experienced. And we do have a full-time assistant. Well, he's not licensed yet, but he'll be licensed in January, assuming he's passed the bar exam, which we are optimistic on. So there is another full-time person that will be trained and that will learn over time from both myself and all of our part-time people who are so skilled and experienced and helpful with us.
Where is that person in the budget? They're already there?
That money is coming out of the Assistant Corporation Counsel line. He's going to, well, HR has dealt with this. The money is coming out of that line, but that's not his title. Because he's not a lawyer yet. But yeah, so there is another full-time person or another person that will be a lawyer full-time and will learn from all of us.
So, I just wanna make sure I understand that. So there's a person that's working full-time. They haven't passed the bar though. And then their money is coming out of one of the Assistant Corporation Counsel part-time lines?
No, the money is, there's two full-time assistant lines, I think. So the money is coming out of one of those lines, but that's not his title because under civil service, because he's not licensed yet. But yeah, so he's gonna have that line that you have in the ARPA, there's a blue line for a full-time person, so, we do have another person that will be full-time, well, him, he's not licensed, but if you're concerned, adding to the per diem would be very helpful.
Thank you.
I was concerned that you were the only full-time person there, so this kind of clarifies that. Thank you.
Any other question on this? On the vacancies? The other one we can touch on is the letter from the chief steward with regards to the information that was asked. He's very specific with this, with his information here.
Yeah. So I did ask.
And the takeaway from this is that they're looking to use this money to purchase equipment at some point in time. Go ahead, please.
So, I did ask that question regarding the asset forfeiture, and so they had over $228,000 in there. And they list a number of things that they say they can use it for, and one of those things is overtime salaries. So if they're concerned about the overtime, we definitely don't want to reduce it, but there is funding that is here that I feel like if we need to be able to put some money towards that line, there's just these assets that are there, and I'm not sure the point of time over which they've collected them, but according to this email that we got on October 11th, they do have $228,000.
We also have to be,
For this, I think the numbers, they had about $69,000 in the account for a long time. And then in the last 6 months or so, this balance of money has come in, and they are from 2014.
2013,
Cases.
yes.
So the logic by which some of this money is disseminated in the federal government escapes me. It was a lower number, but all of a sudden they've gotten some bigger checks in from some older cases.
I understand all of that, it's just that right now we're looking for money wherever we can get it, and so if there's money that can be allocated to the overtime to alleviate some of the amount of money on that line, I'm not saying to take all of it, but I think they'll certainly consider.
What I'm being told for overtime is, without referencing specific numbers, if we budget $1 million a year for overtime, give or take a little bit, you can't then all of a sudden say you're only going to budget $750,000 for overtime and then use $250,000 of this money. You could take where our average has been $1 million and then move it up to 1.2 million, but you can't create a scenario where you're supplanting or replacing existing budgeted money. It's supposed to be done for enhancement or additional public safety features with policing.
So then let me ask this, if in fact they go over on their overtime, is there an opportunity to use this as opposed to use it from the city budget, or if this cannot be touched in any way regarding that?
If you budgeted $1 million and we go over, then there would be scenarios where it possibly could be used. It's the 2 fires we had on the same day happened like the worst possible day from a budget perspective. Because that was the actual Columbus day for the fire department. So everything was double time and a half. It was, again, that was not if everybody was called in, everybody did a great job doing it, but from a budgeting perspective, I would have preferred it be a day before or a day after.
Because we generally go over on the overtime budget.
There should be less pressure on it going into 25 because our staffing has come up. Where before, some of it was because the numbers were down, we were backfilling frontline positions at time and a half, where now we'll be able to fill those frontline positions with regular staff, and there still will be 24/7 operation need for overtime, but I'm hopeful that there'll be less pressure on that going into 25.
So is the overtime budget larger this year than last year?
Depends on which line you look at. It's because there's court time, there's investigative time, there's patrol.
I do have and I'm glad you brought that up, the different lines, because I noticed in the administrative line, they've only used 50% of the overtime. Is there, like, let's say they don't need all they only get to 65% for the end of the year. Can we move money out of the admin overtime line to other overtime lines?
I believe finance does that to balance it out, so.
What we do at the end of the year, try to make it so all the lines are zero, they'll be zero. All the budgets will be not at negative numbers, they'll be a positive number at zero
So the short answer is you would move from administrative to investigation or whatever we need it for?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So we're limited to how we use this money. I mean, how we can ask them to use this money and how we can use it, how we can ask them to use it, we're very limited.
But we can also, they could buy things, can the police department buy things from this money and not charge it to a city line?
If it is above and beyond what we've budgeted for.
Okay, has to be above and beyond. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So is it far-fetched to think, since they proposed a budget for the community outreach of $5,000, that we add $20,000 from this, from the perspective of other prevention and awareness programs? Is there a component that we could use to capture for community outreach?
That would be a creative use that would probably be applicable.
Yeah, it can be used for training and education.
It's part of it's because we budgeted that larger number in prior years.
I did. Yeah, we got to the 5 and yeah, oh,
So they helped us.
damn, it doesn't help. The PD, they had mentioned, to us that, they're looking towards maybe possible spend this money to buy equipment, to enhance their department, so that's a permissible, use to buy equipment that is not in the capital that we already funded for, but something outside of that, to enhance the department capability.
The practical side of it, they're looking to buy a Bearcat, which is a heavily armored vehicle to deal with hostage situations where you have to breach security facility. I have not signed off on that.
Yeah, that sounds
Still-
intense.
Part of it. We do use it on a periodic basis, but we have relationships with other agencies that have it. And so they bring those units in here to work with the Schenectady Police Department.
Let's borrow theirs as long as we can.
All right, any other question on this?
Yeah.
Seeing none, we'll just, well, we did talk about the lost revenue, everybody has a copy of this, I think it's straightforward. This report that Anthony provided to us with the detail, brief.
Very good.
Unless you have any question, I'll just move this as a done. But I think this is straightforward, Anthony went through in detail, every department and the impact. And we did have the funds. The outline of the funds and the drawdown from each of the funds, this report here. Someone had asked for the raises from the department, not raises, but the ask from the department, the management. This was the report that carried, I provided
We
an
just got
updated
that
one
right.
just now.
Yeah, we just got that right.
Yeah, so this is a report here.
Change?
Someone had asked, well, it's updated.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, there was some column that I had asked, previous budget, we would avoid mentioning names and not attaching this deal with the title. Any question on that?
So I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Are we considering there's several requests for increases? I only see that one was actually considered and added to the budget. So are we looking at any of the others?
Can you highlight which one was added to the budget? I see every one of them has a delta.
The deputy commissioner of finance. And there was others that were added and I didn't see it, you just let me know that.
Yeah, what was the highest increase we had this year? 4.25 at some level for the union. Was it 4 or 4? Like 4.
Last year, or yes, went into effect this year, going forward.
4, yes. And across the board, there is a 3% raise for management.
Correct.
Any question on this?
That's my question. And the first one, the first version of this that we got, the request for that position was 110. The updated version that you gave us was 120.
Yeah, that's because it was incorrect.
Those are supplemental sheets, it's what's in the actual budget.
So, yeah. Body two, that's why they're in the comment
Yeah, I brought it up to Anthony and it was
there. Yeah, it shouldn't have been in.
it shouldn't be there and that was a correction I made
It should have been
today.
taken out, that's why I think.
I requested an updated copy and that's why I brought this back to the council. That column should not have been there. That was a calculation they were doing and some other stuff.
I'm sorry, I've lost you a little bit, on,
This sheet here,
Yeah.
we're replacing this sheet with the previous sheet. So I asked that we just continue looking at that sheet. There were some columns and some cells that should not have been there. It was more of a useful calculation.
Those square, they're supposed to take it out.
but are these salaries are not necessarily in this budget?
Yes, they are, yeah, they are.
The 3%.
Yeah, the 3% is in. What you see on
Oh,
the
the
sheet,
3% column.
what you see on
right,
this sheet
yeah.
here, it's
No.
in the budget. The
In the
previous
middle.
sheet was a working document,
Yeah.
that some column was that,
I see.
column should have been hidden or adjustment
Take it out.
taken out. It was working document.
So the 3% additional is in the budget,
Yep,
Yeah,
except.
that middle column.
Yes, except for this deputy,
correct.
and that one is the request,
Correct.
No, the deputy is in the budget,
as the
Yeah,
request,
that's all I know.
yes,
not the 3%.
yes,
Everybody else is at 3%.
yes.
Correct.
So what you see there, the number you see here, it's in the budget,
I see it.
yes. Any question on this?
My question is why we're not considering other departments, heads who would requested that, and what's the rationale for that? That we considered one ask and not any of the others. We heard from the, I don't think the zoning officer mentioned, I don't think the building inspector actually mentioned anything to us about his ask. But we did hear from the director of development about the ask for herself and for a member of her staff,
Principal.
the principal planner, thank you.
Commissioner Finance too.
Oh, Commissioner, is he in there already though? Let's see, he's
No,
already in.
I'm at 133.
Well, that's okay, that's
That's
good.
3%.
Okay, that's wonderful.
But that one's got 3% too.
Oh, so what are you saying, we should get some digs? I mean,
Well, I'm gonna say if you're gonna raise theirs, I would raise mine too.
so that's, we, you know, we have, the deputy clerk. We have a lot. We have the city clerk, so we haven't considered any others in. So how do we do that? I think that everyone's working hard.
Any question? Go ahead, please.
I said, how do we consider increasing, some of the increases that were asked? And if we're not, then what is our reason why not? I know saying does lots of work is probably not the best way to do it, but if we look at, what the reasonable salaries are, just like we did, and did that happen? Did we look at the other salaries, as you said that you did, with this position to compete with like positions in New York State?
Anthony,
These were the asks and requests that they gave us. The mayor said 3%. I explained to the mayor why we needed higher money for the deputy director. And that was the case, was to get a qualified person into that position. Like you talked about, getting a good lawyer full-time, you're gonna need a good finance person full-time. And you've seen, and it's in the paper, it was in the paper today, about what the town of Rotterdam, the town of Nisku, and the city of Detroit going through trying to find commissioner of finances, or controllers, and or finance people, because you can't find them. So that was the reason for that. Everybody else got 3%.
I see that.
Yep. Including myself.
I see that as well.
Yeah.
you have
So,
go ahead.
yeah, so the question was around, so looking at, did we do the same due diligence for other department heads, and this is New York State or is it surrounding area? So like, what that formula was?
I'm just looking at surrounding areas, New York State and even higher.
Oh, yeah, I thought it said New York State in there, so maybe, I thought that's what it said. 'Cause we,
And the question so becomes, we
yeah,
heard from
positions
the,
in New York State.
Director of Development, where she's brought that department from and all those things, so, and she said to us, I'm not sure if it was a meeting there that, I don't believe you were, that she said that she had spoken with you and that you told her that if any requests, she should come to the council with them.
She's misphrased my word choice, and that my recommendation for salaries is in the budget.
Any other question on this? All right, we'll move to our final panel. There's one, this report here, everyone should have a report, this copy of the report. May I thank you, the report is very, very helpful.
Yes.
I would ask that you please send this to us.
And I apologize, that's been prepared, been done before, with staffing issues put together, and it's been prepared for the last couple months, and had not been sent to the council, so that you'll get that now on a monthly basis. And probably it would be a good idea to have Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Douglas come in and do a summary of what they're doing in terms of data collection. And I try and encourage them every month is to expand that. So if there's an area that the council would like to see some analysis done on, don't hesitate to reach out or raise your concern or ideas on it.
This report get a time, please go through it, if not. Detailed report for every single department, and it shows you where they are in terms of the workload and the service they're providing to the residents. Very detailed. The other report, I know we did talk about it, and I asked for a copy of this. It's the, it has to do with the SNAP department and the enforcement they're doing. You know, I personally will have to commend them. I know Doreen and I talked about this. So the work that they're doing in terms of bringing people into compliance in terms of garbage, improper storage of garbage, and to make sure that people are not storing garbage and leaving it for days out to pick up by our waste department, or also put their garbage can in the front of the building and they're tipping over, littering the entire street. Since this enforcement that we put out there for the last couple of months, I personally have seen a change in the pattern of people. And Mr. Toro also saw that. So it's a good thing. People say, well, it's not a revenue-driven thing. It's about how we address the nuisance, how we address quality of life. And I think this is one of the reports that is there. You should have a report to see that what these guys are doing from the nuisance department. So, you know, I have to commend them for that. I know everybody has a copy. I didn't make a copy of it. If anybody else needs a copy, I can share it. But I just want to address that. I don't think I'm missing any other report.
We had some stuff from, unless when I stepped out, but the building permit fee structure.
Oh, that's not part.
Okay.
No, I should recommend that. We have to do the public hearing is on, and then we have to come back in for discussion.
Oh, okay, all right.
So that will address at that point in time when the public hearing is the next cycle, 26th, 25th, 28th, yes, and then we'll address it after that. Yeah. Other than that, I don't have any other report, unless you have anything else, I am missing any report. We have the actuals, which is straightforward, we go through that every week. And we answer questions. I don't have anything else.
Waived fees was the only, and then the.
Yeah, those were addressed, so that's not budget related, but I just shared our copy because it was during that time.
Oh, we had the aging of accounts receivable as well. This one, did I print it out? I think Tony gave it to us, but aging of accounts receivable, and then I wrote police. Oh yeah, because it's the value of penalties, the total paid. We talked about it.
Oh,
We talked about it because
we
when
did, yeah. This is the,
AC Whipple was here.
PD, let's talk delinquent, the delinquent violation. Yeah, we did talk about this. So they kind of give us this report to show us where to break down, yes, so we did
It'd be
talk.
great if we
Yeah.
could collect all that money, is basically, I mean, that would be like fantastic. I mean,
It is something that we can ask them for an update in the next 3 months to see how they're doing with the agency and to collect the outstanding, those outstanding,
that would be,
it will be very helpful to increase our revenue. I don't have any other reports. Anything else that you have in your folder that we didn't address, can address it, and then we'll, anything else that we need to address, and then we'll call for an executive session for some points. Any other business? We need to call for a motion to go into executive session.
so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll take a break, take off, Sarah, and then